Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Dust motes danced in the amber light filtering through the narrow windows of Ollivander's wand shop, illuminating centuries of magical craftsmanship. Orion Blackwood, a lanky young man with ink-stained fingers and perpetually tousled chestnut hair, navigated the labyrinthine shelves of the shop's basement, a place few customers ever glimpsed. At 23, he was the newest apprentice to the legendary wandmaker, entrusted with the mundane task of inventory, a responsibility he approached with meticulous care, despite his yearning for greater challenges. 14 unicorn hairs, 23 dragon heartstrings, and... His muttering ceased abruptly as his elbow caught the edge of an ancient shelf. The structure swayed precariously before toppling with a thunderous crash that seemed to reverberate through the very foundations of Diagon Alley. Orion froze, anticipating Mr. Ollivander's swift appearance. When no footsteps descended the creaking stairs, he exhaled shakily and turned to assess the damage. Among the scattered boxes and dust lay something unexpected, a narrow fissure in the stone wall, revealing darkness beyond. "Lumos," he whispered, and the tip of his rowan wand illuminated a small chamber that by all logical architecture should not exist. 7 pedestals stood in a perfect circle, each bearing a wand unlike any Orion had ever seen. Primitive, yet elegant. They appeared carved from materials he couldn't identify, one seemingly fashioned from crystallized lightning, another from what looked like solidified shadow. Something compelled him forward. His fingertips hovered over the first wand, a twisted piece of petrified wood with veins of molten gold running through it. The moment he touched it, the basement vanished. A towering woman with eyes like amber flames raised the wand, and the earth trembled beneath her feet. Mountains rose at her command as 6 others stood beside her, each wielding a wand of primal power. Together, they wove magic more ancient than words, sealing a shimmering doorway that pulsed with colors no human eye was meant to perceive. 7 to seal, 7 to open, a voice whispered in his mind. The blood remembers, though flesh forgets. Orion gasped as reality reasserted itself. The vision had lasted only seconds, yet he understood with bone-deep certainty that he'd glimpsed the 7 founders who preceded Hogwarts, mages whose names had been deliberately erased from history. 3 days later, Orion hunched over ancient manuscripts in the restricted section of the Mysterie archives, his eyes burning from lack of sleep. The wands remained hidden in his modest flat off Nocturne Alley, wrapped in silk enchanted to mask their magical signature. "You won't find answers in those texts," came a voice like velvet over broken glass. Orion startled, knocking over an inkwell. Standing before him was a woman whose very presence seemed to dim the surrounding lights. Alabaster skin contrasted sharply with obsidian hair that cascaded to her waist. Her eyes, an unsettling violet, regarded him with cold amusement. "Persephone Grimshaw," she introduced herself, extending a hand adorned with silver rings shaped like twisting serpents. "And you're the foolish apprentice who's awakened things best left dormant. How did you find you?" She smiled without warmth. The wands are calling their rightful bearers. I began dreaming of fire and ancient gates 3 nights ago. I suspect 5 others across the wizarding world are experiencing similar visions. Lightning flashed outside. Peculiar, given the clear skies that had prevailed for weeks. The building trembled slightly. "It's beginning," Persephone murmured. The elemental bindings weaken as the wands awaken. As if summoned by her words, the Daily Prophet fluttered open on a nearby table, headlines shifting before their eyes. Unexplained tidal surge devastates coastal village. Mysterious earthquake rocks Scottish highlands. Unnatural winds tear through Diagon Alley. "We need to find the others," Orion said, rising decisively. "Before it's too late." Persephone's eyes narrowed. "And there's more you're not telling me, apprentice." Orion hesitated. "The wands. They've been calling to me too. They showed me Avalon." Within a fortnight, 5 of the 7 wands had found their bearers. Besides Orion and Persephone, there was Thaddeus Crowley, a jovial curse-breaker whose booming laugh belied his expertise in destructive magic. The ethereal twins Aurora and Karina Blackthorn, whose synchronous movements suggested they shared one soul across 2 bodies, and Malachi Frost, a reclusive scholar whose analytical mind had catalogued every known magical artifact in Britain. They gathered in the Chamber of Reflection at the Grimshaw Estate, a cavernous room whose ceiling reflected the night sky with uncanny precision. Outside, London endured its 6th consecutive day of unnatural storms. St. Mungo's overflowed with casualties from magical accidents as wizards and witches found their spells behaving unpredictably. 2 wands remain unclaimed, Persephone observed, gesturing to the shadow-glass wand and one crafted from what appeared to be crystallized moonlight. "Without all 7, we cannot understand the full scope of what we face." "I believe I can shed light on that matter," came a silken voice from the chamber entrance. Lord Ambrose Ravencourt swept into the room, his midnight blue robes rippling like water. Behind him stood a slight figure, shrouded in grey, the missing 7th bearer. "Forgive my theatrical entrance," Ambrose said, his aristocratic features arranged in a pleasant smile that never reached his eyes. "But I've spent decades searching for what you've stumbled upon by mere chance, young Blackwood." Orion felt the familiar crawl of magic across his skin, old magic, patient and predatory. "Do you know about the wands? Know about them?" Ambrose laughed softly. "My family has guarded the secret of the 7 for generations. We are descendants of Morgana herself, who witnessed the sealing of Avalon." With elegant precision, he withdrew the shadow-glass wand from his robes. "This chose me when I was but a child. I've spent my life searching for its siblings." The temperature in the room plummeted as he spoke. Frost crystals formed intricate patterns on the polished floor. "Avalon was not sealed to protect us from it," Ambrose continued, circling the gathered bearers. "It was sealed to prevent us from claiming our rightful inheritance, the pure, undiluted magic that flowed before wizards became dependent on wands and words and schools." His voice dropped to a reverent whisper. "Imagine magic, limited only by imagination. No spells, no incantations, just pure will-shaping reality. There's a reason the founders sealed that power," Orion countered, recalling the terrible beauty of his visions. "Raw magic is chaos incarnate. It would destroy as readily as create." Ambrose's expression hardened. "Progress requires sacrifice. The wizarding world has grown complacent, stagnant. Avalon's power will cleanse what has become corrupt." "He means to sacrifice us," Persephone realized aloud. "The 7 bearers, our blood will unseal what our ancestors locked away." "Not sacrifice," Ambrose corrected smoothly. "Ascension. Together, We shall become the new founders of a magical world reborn. The confrontation unfolded atop the white cliffs of Dover, where the veil between worlds had always been thinnest. 7 stone circles, ancient beyond reckoning, emerged from the earth as the bearers approached, each responding to the primal magic of the wands. Ambrose had come prepared. With ruthless efficiency, his followers subdued the twins and Malachi before Orion could raise his wand. Only he and Persephone remained free as storm clouds gathered above, swirling in unnatural patterns. "It doesn't have to be this way," Orion pleaded as wind lashed his face. These wands were created to maintain balance, not upend it. Balance is a lie told by the weak to restrain the strong. Ambrose snarled, his aristocratic veneer slipping. With a savage gesture, he sent Persephone crashing to her knees, blood trickling from her temple. Desperately, Orion recalled Mr. Ollivander's parting words before he'd mysteriously departed 3 days prior. "The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Blackwood. But sometimes, the wizard must choose what the wand becomes." Understanding bloomed like fire in his mind. The wands weren't tools, they were vessels, channels for intent. As Ambrose positioned the captive bearers within the stone circles, beginning the ritual that would tear open the veil to Avalon, Orion made his choice. Gripping his primal wand, he didn't command it. He surrendered to it, offering himself not as master, but as conduit. Power surged through him, ancient and wild. The other wands responded, resonating with harmonics that transcended sound. Even those held by Ambrose's followers trembled, recognizing their true purpose. "No!" Ambrose howled as the wands lifted from their bearers' hands, suspended in a perfect circle above the center stone. The veil thinned. Through it, Orion glimpsed Avalon, not the paradise Ambrose had promised, but a realm of beautiful terror where magic existed in its rawest form, unconstrained by natural law. A figure stepped through the thinning barrier, Mr. Ollivander, though transformed. His silver eyes contained galaxies, his movements fluid as though time affected him differently. "Guardian," Persephone whispered in recognition. "The cycle repeats," Ollivander said, his voice overlaid with others, "as it must, until the lesson is learned." With a gesture both simple and profound, he directed the hovering wands into a new configuration. Magic without wisdom is merely power, and power without compassion is tyranny. This is why Avalon waits, not for those who would claim it, but for those worthy of its gifts. The 7 wands blazed with light, drawing the wild magic back into containment. The veil solidified once more, sealing Avalon away, though not before something whispered across Orion's consciousness, until the heart remembers what the mind has forgotten. As dawn broke over the cliffs, 7 ordinary wandmakers stood where legendary founders had once sealed away a realm of infinite possibility, not because they feared its power, but because they respected it enough to wait until humanity was ready. Orion Blackwood returned to Ollivander's shop the following day, sweeping the floor and organizing shelves as though nothing extraordinary had occurred. But sometimes, when assisting a particularly promising young witch or wizard in finding their first wand, he would glimpse something ancient and knowing in Mr. Ollivander's silver eyes, and remember that magic, at its heart, was not about power, but about potential, and that the greatest wonders remained not lost, but waiting. Story 2. The amber glow of enchanted lanterns cast long shadows across the ancient oak floorboards of Ollivander's wand shop as Eliza counted down the final minutes to midnight. Outside, Diagon Alley slumbered beneath a blanket of silver moonlight, unaware of the momentous occasion unfolding within the hallowed walls of Britain's most revered wand-making establishment. Tomorrow would mark exactly 100 years since Geraint Ollivander had first opened the shop's doors, a centennial celebration that had kept Eliza working late into the night, polishing display cases and arranging commemorative pieces for the morning's festivities. At 22, with hair the color of burnished copper and eyes that shifted between storm grey and twilight blue, Eliza bore the weight of her family's legacy with a mixture of pride and trepidation. As the seventh generation of Ollivander wandmakers, she had inherited not only her grandfather's uncanny ability to match wands to wizards, but also the ancient secrets of wand lore that had been passed down through centuries of meticulous craftsmanship. The clock struck midnight, its 12 solemn chimes reverberating through the shop's time-worn beams. As the final note faded into silence, a peculiar sensation prickled along Eliza's spine, the unmistakable flutter of powerful magic manifesting. There, upon the threshold of the shop's entrance, lay a slender box that certainly hadn't been there moments before. It was crafted from a wood so dark it seemed to absorb the surrounding light, its surface etched with symbols that shifted and rearranged themselves when viewed from different angles. "Curious," Eliza murmured, echoing her grandfather's favorite expression as she approached the mysterious package. The shop's protective enchantments should have prevented any unauthorized deliveries, yet here it lay, humming with latent power. With cautious fingers, she lifted the lid. Nestled within folds of midnight blue velvet lay a wand unlike any she had ever encountered. Fashioned from what appeared to be petrified wood, its surface bore the crystallized patterns of ancient growth rings. But most extraordinary was its core, visible through hairline fractures in the wood, a substance that emitted a gentle luminescence reminiscent of sand flowing through an hourglass, perpetually shifting and turning within the wand's chamber. "Who sent you?" she whispered, extending her hand toward the enigmatic creation. The moment her fingertips grazed its surface, the shop around her dissolved into a swirling vortex of color and sound. Eliza stumbled onto cobblestones, still slick with morning dew, the world spinning around her until it gradually solidified into a scene both familiar and foreign. Diagon Alley stretched before her, yet transformed, the buildings newer, the signs freshly painted, the architectural styles distinctly Victorian. Where flourish and blots would stand in her time, a modest herbalist shop displayed bundles of dried ingredients. The apothecary across the way advertised leeches, fresh daily, in bold crimson lettering. Before she could fully process her surroundings, a voice called out behind her, "You there? You're early, but no matter, I could use an extra pair of hands." Turning, Eliza found herself facing a tall, slender man with piercing silver eyes and an impressive auburn beard streaked with premature silver. Though decades younger than the portrait that hung in her grandfather's study, she recognized him instantly. "Geraint Ollivander," she breathed, clutching the mysterious wand that had somehow transported her through time. The man raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, and you are?" "Eliza Evans," she replied, hastily adopting her mother's maiden name. "I've come about the assistant position. Peculiar. I don't recall advertising." Geraint's gaze drifted to the wand in her hand, his expression shifting from confusion to intense fascination. "Where did you acquire that extraordinary instrument?" Before Eliza could fabricate an explanation, the ground beneath them trembled. Across the street, the facade of Gringotts Bank rippled like water, momentarily transforming into a different building altogether before reasserting its original form. "Temporal disturbance," Geraint whispered, his face paling. Quickly, inside. The interior of the newly established Ollivander's shop bore little resemblance to the cluttered, labyrinthine establishment of Eliza's time. Sparse shelves house perhaps 100 wands, each box meticulously labeled in Geraint's elegant script. A workbench dominated the back wall, surrounded by jars of magical components and tools of the wandmaker's craft. "That wand," Geraint said, gesturing to the petrified wood creation still clutched in Eliza's hand. "It bears my craftsmanship, yet I have no memory of creating it." The core, Tempest sand, if I'm not mistaken, is exceedingly rare and notoriously unstable. Only a wandmaker of considerable skill and desperation would attempt to harness such volatile material. Another tremor shook the building, stronger this time. Through the shop window, Eliza watched with horror as a passing witch suddenly aged decades in seconds, her back hunching and hair whitening before she reverted to her youthful state, oblivious to the temporal anomaly that had briefly claimed her. "The timeline is fracturing," Geraint murmured. "Someone is manipulating chronological magic on a scale I've never witnessed." His silver eyes fixed on Eliza with sudden clarity. "You're not from this time, are you?" After a moment of hesitation, Eliza revealed the truth, her identity as Geraint's descendant, the centennial anniversary, and her mysterious transportation to the past. What she couldn't explain was why or who might have sent the wand. "There is one who might provide answers," Geraint said grimly, retrieving his coat from a hook by the door. Though I'm loath to seek his counsel. Their journey led them through winding back alleys to a decrepit townhouse in Nocturne Alley. Peeling paint and tarnished fixtures suggested decades of neglect. Yet subtle magical signatures indicated powerful wards layered upon its weathered facade. "Salazar Fenwick," Geraint called, rapping sharply on the door. "I know you're within. We have urgent business concerning temporal magic." The door creaked open to reveal a young man, perhaps only a few years older than Eliza. Raven hair framed a face of striking, almost ethereal beauty, marred by a jagged scar that ran from temple to jaw. His eyes, an unsettling amber reminiscent of a predator's gaze, widened slightly at the sight of Eliza. "You've arrived earlier than expected," he said, his voice carrying the faint accent of the Welsh borderlands. "The convergence isn't supposed to begin for another 3 days." Eliza frowned. "You know who I am." A humorless smile curved Salazar's lips. "Not yet." "But I will. Approximately 73 years from now, when I become your grandfather's most promising apprentice, before he dismisses me for delving too deeply into chronomancy." Fenwick was experimenting with time distortion spells, Geraint explained, his tone making clear his disapproval. "Highly dangerous and ethically questionable research. Research that might have prevented the current catastrophe had you not interfered," Salazar countered sharply. He gestured for them to enter. "But recriminations solve nothing. We have more pressing concerns." Inside, what appeared to be a modest dwelling from the exterior revealed itself as a vast laboratory filled with arcane instruments, swirling temporal models, and walls covered in complex mathematical equations. At the center stood a magnificent apparatus resembling an orrery, except instead of celestial bodies, it tracked glowing threads of timeline variations across multiple dimensions. "Und Chronos Vex," Salazar said, adjusting the apparatus to reveal a pulsing nexus of disturbed temporal energy. "Once my mentor, now my greatest regret. He's attempting to collapse and redirect the primary timeline, focusing his efforts on eliminating key magical bloodlines whose innovations shaped wizarding society." "Including the Ollivanders," Eliza surmised. Salazar nodded grimly. "Without your family's refinements to wand lore, magic would remain crude and unstable, accessible only to the most powerful practitioners. Vex believes this would create a more worthy magical society, one where power, not craft or ingenuity, determines one's status. Another tremor, violent enough to send several delicate instruments crashing to the floor. Through the window, they witnessed a row of buildings across the street flicker between different architectural styles, the very fabric of reality struggling to maintain coherence. "We haven't much time," Geraint said, examining the temporal model with growing alarm. "Vex's disruptions are accelerating. The wand that brought you here," Salazar said, turning to Eliza. "May I?" Reluctantly, she handed him the petrified wood creation. Salazar examined it with the reverence of one who recognizes a masterwork. "This is my design," he whispered, "but perfected far beyond my current abilities. The Tempest sand core is stabilized using techniques I've only theorized." His amber eyes met Eliza's with sudden understanding. "In your time, we must have collaborated to create this, a chronomantic focus capable of navigating the disrupted timeline to its source." "But I've never met you," Eliza protested. "Not yet," Salazar corrected, "but you will." The wand's very existence proves it. What followed was a dizzying journey through fragments of time. The shop during the Goblin Rebellion of 1752, the Great Wand Shortage of 1832, the triumphant day when Geraint's son innovated the technique for stabilizing dragon heartstring cores. At each juncture, they gathered knowledge and components needed to complete a ritual that would counteract Vex's temporal manipulations. Their final leap brought them to a desolate chamber hewn from living rock, deep beneath what would someday become the Ministry of Magic. At its center stood Kronos Vex, once human, now something other, his form fluctuating between states of being as chronological energy coursed through his transformed body. "The apprentice returns," Vex observed, his voice echoing from multiple points in time simultaneously, "and brings the Ollivanders, past and future." "How fitting that you should witness the recalibration of magical history." "This isn't recalibration," Eliza challenged, the petrified wand warm in her grasp. "It's destruction. You're unraveling the very foundations of our world." "A flawed world built on compromise and mediocrity," Vex countered. "Magic diluted and domesticated, reduced to parlor tricks and conveniences. I offer a return to primal power, magic in its purest form." Surrounding them, reality itself seemed to bend and warp. Glimpses of alternate timelines flickered at the edges of vision, worlds where magic remained wild and untamed, where wizard-kind ruled with terrible might over cowering masses, where the delicate balance between magical and non-magical realms had never been established. As Vex raised his hands to complete his grand working, Salazar stepped forward, his expression resolute. "Now, Eliza," he called, "the convergence point." Understanding flowed through her with instinctive clarity. The petrified wand had brought her to this moment not merely as witness, but as catalyst. Raising it high, she channeled her intent through its unique core, feeling the Tempest sand respond to her will, creating a stable fulcrum within the chaotic temporal energies swirling around them. Geraint and Salazar moved to flank her, adding their magical signatures to the stabilization effort. Together, they wove a counter-pattern to Vex's destructive working, reinforcing the true timeline against his attempted revisions. With a howl of rage and despair, Kronos Vex dissolved into motes of light, his consciousness scattered across countless potential realities, unable to maintain cohesion as the timeline reasserted its proper course. Eliza gasped as the world solidified around her once more. She stood in Ollivander's shop, her Ollivander's shop, on the eve of its centennial celebration. The mysterious box lay open before her, but the wand within had changed. No longer petrified, it appeared newly crafted from gleaming olive wood. its core now invisible but humming with contained power. A small note lay beside it, written in a hand she recognized from temporal equations glimpsed in Salazar's laboratory. For Eliza Ollivander, guardian of timelines. May this serve as both reminder and protection against those who would unweave what has been carefully crafted across generations. Until we meet again, S.F. Outside, dawn broke over Diagon Alley, a dawn very much like countless others before it, in a world where time continued to flow as it should, where magic had evolved through centuries of careful innovation and thoughtful stewardship. A world preserved through the combined efforts of three wandmakers, separated by time, but united by purpose. Eliza smiled, tucking the note into her pocket as she prepared to open the shop for its 100th anniversary celebration. The wand she placed in a special display case at the center of the commemorative exhibition, labeled simply, "For the Future, from the Past." And if customers occasionally noticed the young proprietress glancing at it with a secret smile, or observed how time seemed to flow just a little differently within the shop's ancient walls, they merely attributed it to the inherent mysteries of Ollivanders, where the wands chose the wizards, and sometimes, just sometimes, altered destiny itself in the process. Story 3. The ancient windows of Ollivander's wand shop wept with rain as thunder rolled across the darkened skies of Diagon Alley. Inside, surrounded by thousands of narrow boxes stacked from floor to ceiling, Garrick Ollivander stood motionless, his silvery eyes fixed upon the wand in his weathered hands. 14 inches of supple rowan wood, containing what should have been a particularly potent dragon heartstring, yet it lay inert, as lifeless as ordinary timber. This marked the 7th failed creation this week. Each core, whether phoenix feather, unicorn hair, or dragon heartstring, had lost its magical resonance. His workbench, normally alive with the soft humming of nascent magical instruments, now sat silent as a tomb. Impossible," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the patter of rain. 6 centuries of wand-making tradition seemed to crumble beneath his fingertips as he gently returned the lifeless wand to its cradle. The bell above the shop door chimed, admitting a draught of cold air, and a young woman whose rain-speckled cloak could not disguise her resemblance to Ollivander himself. The same piercing gaze, though hers burned amber rather than silver. "The grandfather," Sarah Ollivander called, shaking droplets from her hood. "Have you slept at all?" Ollivander merely gestured toward the failed wands arranged before him. The cores, Sarah, all of them, dead. Every phoenix feather, every unicorn hair, every dragon heartstring in our inventory has lost its spark. Sarah approached, her brow furrowing as she lifted one of the wands and felt nothing. No warmth, no tingle of recognition, none of the subtle vibrations that indicated magical potential. "This defies everything we know about wand lore," she murmured, setting down the inert instrument. "Oh, could it be isolated to our stock? I've already inquired with Grigorovich and Beauvais. The same phenomenon plagues wand-makers across Europe. Without viable cores, no new wands can be crafted." Ollivander's voice carried the weight of generations. "The implications, my dear, are catastrophic." A flash of lightning illuminated the shop, casting long shadows across walls that had witnessed countless young witches and wizards find their magical companions. In that brief illumination, a decision crystallized in Ollivander's eyes. "There is one who might offer insight," he said reluctantly, "though I had hoped never to call upon his services again." "Who, grandfather?" "Corvus Nightshade." The name hung in the air like the lingering resonance of a struck bell. Sarah's expression shifted from curiosity to apprehension. The hunter, but his methods are unorthodox, yes, Ollivander conceded. But these circumstances demand extraordinary measures. If the magical cores are dying, we must discover why before the consequences extend beyond wand-making. As if summoned by the utterance of his name, a raven alighted on the windowsill, its obsidian feathers gleaming despite the absence of light. A small scroll was secured to its leg with a cord of braided silver. Ollivander approached cautiously, untying the message with fingers that had crafted the world's finest wands for over half a century. The raven remained unnaturally still, its eyes reflecting knowledge no bird should possess. The note contained just 5 words in elegant, spidery script. "I've been expecting your call." The forbidden forest loomed before them like a wall of ancient sentinels, its canopy so dense that rain barely penetrated to the forest floor. Sarah and Ollivander followed a path visible only to those who knew to look for the subtle markers, a particular arrangement of stones, the angle of broken branches, the way certain mushrooms oriented their caps away from hidden trails. "How can you be certain he'll meet us?" Sarah whispered, her wand illuminating just enough ground to prevent stumbling. "And Corvus Nightshade has many faults," Ollivander replied, his breath fogging in the unseasonable chill. "But unreliability is not among them. If his raven delivered a response, he will be waiting." The forest grew older around them. Trees wider than 3 men could encircle, standing like ancient monuments to forgotten deities. The sounds of the woodland, already muted by the storm, faded entirely, replaced by an oppressive silence that pressed against their eardrums. "We are being watched," Sarah murmured, raising her wand higher. "Indeed you are," came a voice like velvet over gravel. A figure materialized from between 2 towering oaks, seeming to assemble itself from shadows and mist. Corvus Nightshade stood before them, tall and lean as a winter wolf. His long coat, crafted from materials Sarah couldn't identify, shifted between deepest black and midnight blue as he moved. Silver threads embroidered arcane symbols across its surface, occasionally pulsing with subdued light. His face, partially concealed by a hood, revealed only a strong jawline and eyes that reflected the wandlight like a predator's. "Ollivander," he acknowledged with a slight inclination of his head. "And the heir apparent." "Desperate times indeed, to bring both of you into my domain." "The cores are dying," Ollivander stated without preamble. Something flickered across Nightshade's partially hidden features. Not surprise, Sarah noted, but confirmation. "Show me," he commanded. Ollivander withdrew a small leather pouch from within his robes. From it, he produced 3 samples: a phoenix feather, once vibrantly crimson and gold, now dull and grey, a unicorn hair that had lost its pearlescent sheen, and a dragon heartstring that resembled nothing more than dried sinew. Nightshade examined each with gloved hands, his movements delicate despite his imposing presence. After several moments of silent contemplation, he returned the samples. "But when did you first notice the change?" 3 weeks ago, Ollivander replied. "Gradually at first, wands showing diminished power, cores requiring more complex binding enchantments. Then, 7 days passed, complete inertia." Nightshade nodded slowly. "It's happening faster than I anticipated." "You knew?" Sarah couldn't contain her indignation. "If you had information about this, why?" "Because, young Ollivander, warnings without evidence are merely the ravings of a madman." Nightshade's tone held no defensiveness, only cold pragmatism. "And I've worked too long to cultivate my reputation as merely eccentric rather than insane." He gestured for them to follow as he turned deeper into the forest. And what I need to show you cannot be explained, only witnessed. They journeyed for what seemed hours through the timeless depths of the forbidden forest, eventually emerging into a moonlit clearing where the impossible greeted their eyes. A dragon, a magnificent Norwegian ridgeback, lay curled upon the ground, its normally iridescent scales dulled to the color of slate. Each labored breath produced a whisper of steam from its nostrils, a pitiful remnant of the inferno such creatures normally commanded. Azreth is young, barely 50 years old, Nightshade explained, approaching the beast with a familiarity that stunned Sarah. He should be in his prime, capable of melting stone with his breath. Now he can barely warm his own blood. The dragon's eyes, clouded and listless, tracked their movement without interest or aggression. This affliction isn't limited to wandmakers, Nightshade continued. Throughout Britain, magical creatures are losing their intrinsic powers. Unicorns whose horns can no longer purify poison. Phoenixes unable to produce healing tears. Even the thestrals that pull Hogwarts carriages are growing visible to all, their magic fading. A magical plague, Ollivander ventured, studying the weakened dragon with growing horror. Not natural, Nightshade corrected, leading them around the clearing's perimeter. Deliberate, he gestured toward a patch of disturbed earth. There, half buried in the soil, lay a crystalline device emitting a subtle, pulsating glow. Its design reminded Sarah of illustrations she'd seen of ancient astronomical instruments, though this one was clearly designed for a purpose far removed from charting stars. An essence extractor, Nightshade explained, modified from old alchemical designs but vastly more efficient. It draws magical energy from living beings, not quickly enough to kill, but persistently enough to drain their essential nature over time. Who would create such an abomination? Sarah demanded, instinctively stepping away from the device. They call themselves the Purifiers, Nightshade replied, his voice hardening. Idealists who believe magic has become too democratized, too dependent on external tools and creatures. They seek to harvest ambient magic directly from nature, concentrating it for use by those they deem worthy. Something in his tone caused Ollivander to study his old acquaintance more carefully. You speak as one with intimate knowledge of their philosophy. Nightshade's silence confirmed what Ollivander had already surmised. You were one of them, Sarah whispered, her hand instinctively tightening around her wand. I helped develop the prototype, Nightshade acknowledged without apology. Before I understood the full scope of their ambitions, the device was meant to safely extract excess magic from creatures like dragons, preventing the buildup that makes aging specimens dangerous and unstable. A conservation tool, not a weapon. He knelt beside the device, carefully disabling it with practiced movements. But Darius Blackwell, the movement's leader, had grander visions. Why rely on wands, imperfect channels dependent on the whims of magical creatures, when wizards could draw power directly from the world itself? Ecological devastation, Ollivander murmured. The magical ecosystem has evolved over millennia. Disrupting it on this scale would result in catastrophic collapse, Nightshade finished. Bahi, the Purifiers have placed hundreds of these devices throughout magical habitats across Britain. This is merely the symptom of a much larger disease. Dawn broke over the highlands as three figures stood atop a windswept crag, overlooking what appeared to be an abandoned fortress of dark stone. Ancient runes adorned its weathered walls, subtly misdirecting the eye of any casual observer. Only those specifically seeking the structure could perceive its true dimensions. The sanctum of pure magic, Nightshade explained, headquarters of the purifiers and repository of all the essence they've harvested. Sarah studied the fortress through enchanted spectacles Nightshade had provided. Energy currents swirled around the central tower, magic in its raw form, unnaturally concentrated. "And ran the solution to this extraction?" Ollivander inquired, his expression grave. "Legend speaks of Merlin's staff, not a wand, but a conduit capable of redirecting magical energy on a fundamental level," Nightshade replied. "The purifiers believe it mythical, which is why they've proceeded without concern for opposition." "But you know otherwise," Sarah deduced. A rare smile curved Nightshade's lips. "The entrance to Merlin's citadel lies directly beneath their sanctum. An irony I've appreciated for years. The staff remains in the heart of the underground complex, protected by enchantments even Blackwell cannot unravel. Yet you can." Ollivander raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Not alone," Nightshade admitted. "The staff responds only to 3 types of magic used in concert: creation, preservation, and transformation. A wandmaker, a conservationist, and a hunter. Perhaps not coincidentally, precisely the 3 skills represented in our unlikely alliance." Sarah gazed at the fortress, doubt and determination warring within her. "Even if we retrieve this staff, how can it possibly reverse the damage already done?" "The staff doesn't heal, it rebalances," Nightshade explained. "But it can return the extracted magic to its rightful place in the natural order." Ollivander's silver eyes reflected the rising sun as he considered their options. After a lifetime of crafting instruments for others to wield, he now faced wielding one himself, with the fate of magical Britain hanging in the balance. "Then we have no choice," he declared. "The connection between wandmakers and magical creatures has sustained our world for millennia. I will not be the Ollivander who witnesses its dissolution." Nightshade nodded gravely. "The citadel's defenses are ancient and unpredictable, but perhaps most dangerous will be confronting Blackwell himself. He was once my mentor and remains the most formidable practitioner of elemental magic I've ever encountered." Sarah straightened her shoulders, her earlier suspicion of Nightshade replaced by grudging respect for his willingness to oppose his former allies. "Then we'll need a wandmaker's precision," she said, glancing at her grandfather. "A hunter's cunning," Ollivander added, turning to Nightshade. "And courage enough for all 3, Nightshade finished, his eyes fixed on the fortress below. "The magical world stands on the precipice of transformation. Whether it falls into darkness or finds new balance will be determined before the next sunset." As they began their descent toward the ancient stronghold, a weakened but determined dragon's roar echoed across the highland sky, a fitting anthem for 3 unlikely allies preparing to challenge those who would reshape magic itself. The cause might have fallen silent, but in their place, a more fundamental magic had awakened, the unbreakable bond between those who protected the magical world and the miraculous creatures who gave it life. Story 4. Snow fell in silent benediction over Diagon Alley, transforming the ancient cobblestones into a canvas of pristine white. Within the hallowed walls of Ollivander's wand shop, golden lamplight spilled across centuries-old workbenches where Lyra Eventide stood frozen in disbelief. Before her lay an impossibility, a wand split perfectly down its center into twin halves, each complete in itself, yet unmistakably formed from a single whole. "In all my years," Mr. Ollivander whispered, his silvery eyes wide with wonder as he peered over Lyra's shoulder. The wandmaker's apprentice said nothing, her fingers hovering above the twin creations that defied everything she'd learned during her 7 years of study. The wand, commissioned by the illustrious Wintercrest family for their heir's coming of age, had been Lyra's most ambitious project. Crafted from ancient silverwood, harvested under a blue moon, with a core of crystallized phoenix tears bound in Welsh gold, it was meant to be a masterpiece worthy of the Wintercrest name. Instead, it had become an anomaly that sent ripples of unease through the shop's dust-laden air. "Perhaps we should start anew," Lyra suggested, unable to tear her gaze from the twin wands. "Lord Wintercrest expects perfection for his son." "No," Ollivander's voice held uncharacteristic firmness. "Magic this profound does not happen without purpose. The wand chooses the wizard, Miss Eventide, or in this most curious case, wands." The bell above the shop door chimed, announcing the arrival of the very patrons they'd been discussing. Lord Augustus Wintercrest swept in like winter itself, his fur-trimmed cloak dusted with snow, his bearing regal as befitted the head of Britain's oldest wizarding family. Behind him walked Alaric, his 16-year-old heir, tall and fair, with eyes the color of frost, and an expression that suggested he found the cramped confines of Ollivander's shop beneath his station. "Master Ollivander," Lord Wintercrest inclined his head slightly, the gesture somewhere between acknowledgement and condescension. "I trust our commission is complete." Before Ollivander could respond, one of the twin wands trembled. It rose from the workbench, hovering momentarily before gliding smoothly toward Alaric Wintercrest. The young man's expression shifted from disdain to wonder as his fingers closed around the silverwood shaft. Brilliant azure sparks erupted from its tip, illuminating the shop with cold, clear light. "Magnificent," Lord Wintercrest murmured, momentarily forgetting his aristocratic reserve. "Indeed," Ollivander agreed, though his gaze remained fixed on the second wand, which had begun to vibrate upon the bench. "Though only half the mystery reveals itself today." "Half?" Lord Wintercrest's eyes narrowed. "I commissioned a single wand, not a pair." "Magic has its own intentions, my lord," Ollivander replied cryptically. "This wand's creation yielded an unexpected twin. Though its match has found young Master Wintercrest, its sibling appears to seek another." As if responding to his words, the second wand suddenly vanished with a soft pop, leaving behind only a faint shimmer in the air where it had lain. "And what trickery is this?" Lord Wintercrest demanded, his hand moving to his own wand. "Not trickery, but destiny," Ollivander replied, unperturbed by the nobleman's rising anger. "The twin seeks its rightful owner. When it finds them, I suspect we shall all learn why these wands insisted on their unusual manifestation." Outside, the gentle snowfall had transformed into a swirling tempest, as if the weather itself responded to the magical disturbance within the shop. In the shadows of Nocturne Alley, where daylight hesitated to penetrate and the desperate gathered to trade in secrets and survival, Elowen huddled beneath a sagging archway. At 17, she had survived longer than most orphans in London's magical underbelly, her quick fingers and quicker wit keeping her fed when others went hungry. Today, however, even her resourcefulness couldn't shield her from the unexpected blizzard that had descended upon the city. A curious warmth blossomed against her chest, the only warmth she'd felt all day. Reaching into the inner pocket of her threadbare coat, Elowen withdrew a wand that had most certainly not been there moments before. Silver-white wood gleamed in the meager light, seeming to pulse with inner luminescence. "What in Merlin's name?" she whispered, instinctively glancing around to ensure no one observed this impossible acquisition. The moment her fingers closed fully around the wand, azure sparks, identical to those that had erupted from its twin, shot forth, momentarily transforming the gloomy alley into a scene from a fairy tale. The sparks coalesced into ethereal butterflies that fluttered around her before dissolving into the snowy air. With the sparks came visions, flashes of a grand manor house with spires that pierced the clouds, of ancestral portraits whose eyes followed viewers with centuries of judgment, of a family crest featuring a raven and crescent moon that awoke a strange familiarity in her heart. Shadowvale, she murmured, though she had never heard the name before this moment. The ground beneath her feet trembled, sending snow cascading from eaves and awnings. Throughout Nocturne Alley, windows rattled in their frames as a low subsonic hum reverberated through the very foundations of magical London. The tremors reached Diagon Alley moments later. Within Ollivander's shop, crystal vials shattered and wand boxes tumbled from their shelves as the building shuddered. "It has found its match," Ollivander said softly, steadying himself against his counter. "Guardsir, what is happening?" Lord Wintercrest demanded, one protective arm around his son, whose new wand emitted a faint blue glow. Lyra Eventide, who had remained silent throughout the exchange, suddenly gasped. The convergence. It's beginning. All eyes turned to the apprentice wandmaker, whose normally composed features had paled significantly. During my research for the Wintercrest Commission, I discovered references to a phenomenon called the dualis convergence, when twin cores resonate across distance, drawing their bearers together regardless of circumstance. She swallowed hard before continuing. The last recorded instance was over 7 centuries ago, between scions of 2 great houses. "Which houses?" Alaric asked, his voice steadier than his father's. "Wintercrest," Lyra replied, her eyes meeting the young heir's, "and Shadowvale." Lord Wintercrest's face drained of colour. "Impossible. The Shadowvales are extinct. The line ended 3 centuries past." "So it was believed," Ollivander interjected, moving to a dusty shelf where ancient ledgers recorded every wand sold since the shop's founding. "Yet magic rarely overlooks bloodlines, my lord, no matter how deeply they're buried." Another tremor shook the building, stronger than before. Through the shop's frosted windows, they witnessed an extraordinary sight, the sky above Diagon Alley splitting like a seam, revealing momentary glimpses of another realm where crystalline spires floated among violet clouds. "The barrier weakens," Lyra whispered. "In Doom, the separation between our world and the elsewhere, maintained for centuries by the divided magic of Wintercrest and Shadowvale, cannot hold if the twin wands have awakened." Elowen staggered through streets turned treacherous by magical disturbances, drawn by an inexorable pull she couldn't explain. The wand in her hand seemed to guide her, growing warmer as she approached Diagon Alley. Above, the sky continued to fracture, revealing glimpses of a world both beautiful and terrifying. Shadowy creatures, with forms that seemed to shift between bird and human, began to slip through the widening cracks, their keening cries raising gooseflesh on the arms of witches and wizards who fled before them. The doors of Ollivander's shop burst open as Elowen reached them, propelled not by her hand, but by some force that recognized her approach. Inside stood an elderly wandmaker, his young apprentice, and 2 figures whose silver-blonde hair and aristocratic bearing marked them as being from a world entirely separate from Elowen's hard-scrabble existence. The younger of the pair, a boy approximately her age, held a wand identical to hers. Their eyes met across the threshold, and both wands blazed with blinding azure light. "Shadowvale," the boy whispered, an echo of her earlier revelation. "Wintercrest," she responded, the name appearing in her mind unbidden. "The last daughter of House Shadowvale returns," Ollivander announced, his silvery eyes gleaming, "precisely when she is needed most." Lord Wintercrest's expression contorted with disbelief. This street urchin cannot be... She bears the mark, Lyra interrupted, pointing to a crescent-shaped birthmark visible on Eloan's wrist, identical to the moon on the crest Eloan had visualized. And more importantly, the wand has chosen her. Magic recognizes what human prejudice would deny. Outside, the keening of the shadow creatures grew louder as more slipped through the fracturing barrier between worlds. "What's happening?" Eloan demanded, clutching her wand tighter as the shop trembled around them. "A simplified explanation," Ollivander began, "is that centuries ago, the houses of Wintercrest and Shadowvale maintained the barriers between our world and the elsewhere, a realm of raw, untamed magic. When the families feuded to the point of destruction, their combined power fractured. The Wintercrests, victorious in political machinations, maintained their status, while the Shadowvales faded into obscurity, their heirs hidden away, their contributions erased from wizarding history." Another violent tremor interrupted his explanation. A particularly large fissure opened in the sky directly above the shop, and through it emerged a creature of nightmare, a massive corvid form with human eyes and crystalline talons. "The Guardian of the Threshold returns," Lyra whispered, awe mixing with terror in her voice. "The barrier cannot hold without both bloodlines working in concert," Ollivander continued urgently. "For generations, the separation has weakened, but now, with twin wands calling to each other across the divide of status and history, we face either catastrophe or restoration." Alaric Wintercrest stepped forward, his earlier disdain replaced by determination. "What must we do?" "Join your magic with hers," Lyra instructed, moving to the shop's center where ancient runic circles had been inlaid within the floorboards, hidden beneath carpets now thrown aside. The wands were never meant to be separate instruments, but halves of a whole. Together, they can mend what was broken. Lord Wintercrest moved to object, but another deafening cry from the Guardian silenced him. Throughout Diagon Alley, panicked witches and wizards fled as more shadow creatures descended from the fracturing sky. Eloan approached the runic circle cautiously. "I've spent my life being told I'm nothing. Now you claim I'm the heir to a forgotten house, with power to save or doom us all. Magic cares little for what we're told about ourselves," Ollivander replied gently. "It responds to what we truly are." As Alaric and Eloan stood facing each other within the circle, their twin wands began to hum in harmony, the sound rising and falling like an ancient song. The runes beneath their feet glowed with amber light. "I planned this, you know," Ollivander confessed quietly to Lyra as they watched the heirs of ancient houses prepare to right centuries of wrong. And not the convergence itself, that was indeed destiny's hand, but the revelation. Some secrets cannot remain buried forever, especially those etched in magic and blood. Outside, the Guardian hovered directly above Ollivander's shop, its crystalline talons extended toward the fractured barrier as if seeking to tear it wider. "Now," Lyra called to the young pair, "raise your wands to each other, not as adversaries, but as counterparts." Alaric and Eloan lifted their wands simultaneously, the tips nearly touching. Azure light erupted between them, forming a perfect arch that expanded outward, engulfing the runic circle, the shop, and finally shooting skyward through the ceiling without damaging it. The beam struck the Guardian, who threw back its corvid head in what might have been either agony or ecstasy. Its form began to dissolve into particles of light that sealed the fractures in reality, mending the barrier between worlds. Throughout London, the tremors subsided. Shadow creatures caught on the wrong side of the barrier found themselves drawn back through rapidly closing fissures. their keening fading to silence. Within the circle, something extraordinary happened. The twin wands, still connected by the arch of light, began to merge. Not back into a single wand, but into complementary forms that retained their individuality while acknowledging their shared origin. As the light faded, Alaric and Ilouan lowered their transformed wands, looking at each other not as noble and orphan, but as counterparts in an ancient magical equation suddenly balanced after centuries of disharmony. "And the houses of Wintercrest and Shadowvale stand reunited," Ollivander pronounced, satisfaction evident in his ancient eyes, "as it was always meant to be." Lord Wintercrest, rendered speechless by the display of power, could only stare at the orphan girl who had just demonstrated magic equal to his son's, magic that spoke of bloodlines he had believed long extinguished. "And I believe, my lord," Lyra suggested with delicate diplomacy, "that there are family histories in need of revision, and perhaps a long overdue invitation to be extended." Outside, the snow resumed its gentle descent upon a London suddenly restored to magical equilibrium. Within Ollivander's shop, the heirs of ancient houses began the tentative first steps toward healing a rift that had nearly destroyed two worlds, guided by twin wands that had defied convention to find their true purpose in harmony rather than division. Story 5. Shadows danced across ancient shelves as Thaddeus Selwyn swept the worn floorboards of Ollivander's wand shop, each mote of dust catching the amber glow of enchanted lanterns. The wandmaker himself had departed hours ago, leaving his apprentice to complete the evening's tasks. At 18, with unruly chestnut hair and eyes the color of twilight, Thaddeus had spent 3 years learning the delicate art of wand-making under the tutelage of the enigmatic Mr. Ollivander. While other young wizards pursued glamorous careers as auras or dragon handlers, Thaddeus found unparalleled satisfaction in the whispered secrets of wood and core, the subtle magic that bound them together. Tonight, however, something disrupted the shop's familiar rhythm. A peculiar sensation prickled along his spine, the unmistakable presence of old magic. Not the refined enchantments taught at Hogwarts, but something primal and untamed. His broom struck the edge of a floorboard that, unlike its neighbors, shifted slightly under pressure. Moonlight streaming through the shop's mullioned windows illuminated a hairline crack where no seam should exist. Curiosity overcoming caution. Thaddeus knelt and pressed his fingertips against the ancient wood. It yielded with surprising ease, revealing a small compartment concealed beneath. Within lay a slender box of blackened wood, its surface etched with symbols Thaddeus had never encountered in his extensive studies of wand lore. The craftsmanship suggested incredible age, yet the box showed no signs of decay. When he lifted it, the weight felt inconsistent with its size, as if it contained something both substantial and ephemeral. "Revellium," he whispered, tapping the box with his own rowan wand. The symbols flared momentarily with ashen light before the lid slid open of its own accord. Nestled within folds of midnight blue velvet lay a wand unlike any Thaddeus had ever seen, crafted from a wood so dark it appeared to absorb the surrounding light. Its surface was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift when viewed directly. No wand-maker's mark identified its creator. Compelled by an instinct he couldn't name, Thaddeus lifted the wand. Rather than the familiar warmth of magical recognition, a curious coldness spread through his fingers. The lanterns dimmed perceptibly, their light seemingly drawn into the mysterious instrument. "Not you," he murmured, examining the wood with professional interest. "Not ebony either." The shop door creaked open behind him. "Ash," came Mr. Ollivander's soft voice, his silvery eyes reflecting moonlight as he regarded his apprentice with an unreadable expression. Specifically, the ash of a tree struck by lightning during the conclave of elementals in 1317. A wood that doesn't channel magic, young Selwyn, it consumes it. Dawn painted Diagon Alley in hues of pearl and gold as Thaddeus made his way through the gradually awakening marketplace. 3 days had passed since the discovery of the ash wand, yet Mr. Ollivander had refused to discuss it further, locking it away in his private vault with uncharacteristic haste. Something had changed in the interim. An intangible disquiet rippled through the magical thoroughfare, whispered conversations falling silent as he passed, shopkeepers eyeing customers with newfound suspicion, the very air seeming thinner somehow, as if magic itself was being slowly siphoned away. Outside Flourish and Blots, a crowd had gathered around a distraught witch whose wand lay in fragments at her feet. "It just crumbled," she sobbed to a sympathetic ministry official. 15 years I've had it, never a problem, and suddenly dust. Similar reports had reached Ollivander's shop throughout the previous day, wands inexplicably failing, losing their potency or dissolving entirely. The wandmaker had listened to each account with growing concern, his ancient eyes clouding with what Thaddeus now recognized as fear. The apprentice wandmaker continued toward his destination, the Leaky Cauldron, where a particularly unusual breakfast companion awaited. The tavern's interior was uncharacteristically subdued, its patrons huddled over steaming mugs, conversations conducted in hushed tones that died away as the door swung closed behind him. In the farthest corner, partially concealed by shadow, sat a woman whose presence commanded attention despite her evident desire to avoid it. Maeve Blackthorn, descendant of one of Wizarding Britain's oldest families and subject of more rumors than anyone Thaddeus had ever encountered. Some called her the Midnight Enchantress, others, less charitably, the Raven Witch. All agreed that crossing Maeve Blackthorn was unwise. "Oh, you're late, Wandmaker," she observed, her voice melodious despite its coldness, raven black hair framed features that might have been sculpted from marble, ageless and eerily beautiful. Only her eyes betrayed humanity, violet irises ringed with amber, currently regarding him with cautious assessment. "You're fortunate I came at all," Thaddeus replied, sliding into the seat opposite her. "Consorting with a Blackthorn isn't exactly conducive to a wandmaker's reputation." A smile ghosted across her lips. "Yet, here you are, driven by curiosity and fear." She leaned forward, lowering her voice. "You found it, didn't you? The Ashen Wand." Thaddeus stiffened. "How could you possibly—" "Because it was my ancestor who crafted it," Maeve interrupted. "Morgana Blackthorn, blood sister to Eldrith Selwyn, your ancestor." The wand's reappearance now, when magic begins to fade across Britain, cannot be coincidence. "Magic isn't fading," Thaddeus protested, though doubt colored his words. "Wands are tools, not magic itself." "Such naivety," Maeve sighed. "What do they teach apprentices these days? Magic flows through channels, young Selwyn, ley lines, living creatures, enchanted objects. Wands are merely the most refined conduits. When they begin to fail simultaneously, it indicates something is disrupting the flow at its source." She withdrew a folded parchment from within her cloak, spreading it carefully between them, an ancient map of Britain overlaid with glowing lines that pulsed like veins beneath skin. At various intersections, points of light winked out, even as they watched. "The Order of Ash Sorcerers has returned," Maeve stated flatly. "They're harvesting magic from its natural channels, concentrating it for their own use. The Order of Ash Sorcerers is a myth," Thaddeus countered, though the map's dwindling lights gnawed at his certainty. All myths contain truth at their core, Maeve replied. The Order believed magic had become too democratized, too diluted among the unworthy. They developed methods to extract magical essence, storing it in artifacts like the wand you discovered. Their ultimate goal was a world where magic flowed only through those they deemed worthy, the 7 families of pure intention. Including the Blackthorns, Thaddeus surmised. Maeve's expression hardened. And the Selwyns. Our families weren't always enemies, Thaddeus. Once we were united in purpose. Until they realized the catastrophic implications, came a third voice. Mr. Ollivander materialized beside their table, seemingly from nowhere. Until they understood that draining magic from its natural channels wouldn't purify it, it would destroy it entirely. Beneath the labyrinthine vaults of Gringotts, 3 unlikely allies pored over manuscripts so ancient their parchment had turned translucent with age. Goblin archivists had reluctantly granted them access to the ancestral repository, a privilege afforded only in circumstances of grave magical significance. Here, Maeve indicated a passage written in a language long forgotten by most, the prophecy of diminishment. When channels run dry and conduits turn to dust, the last ash sorcerer shall either restore the flow or dam it forever. But who is the last ash sorcerer? Thaddeus questioned, frustration evident in his voice. Throughout Diagon Alley, reports of magical failures multiplied hourly. Broomsticks plummeted from the sky, enchanted objects reverted to mundane states, and most alarmingly, previously simple spells required increasingly greater effort to cast. I had thought, perhaps, it might be you, Ollivander replied softly. The wand found you, after all. Or found its way back to a Selwyn, Maeve countered. But prophecies are rarely so straightforward. A commotion above drew their attention. Even this deep beneath London, they felt the unmistakable tremor of powerful magic being unleashed. Moments later, a goblin messenger appeared, his expression grave. The Ministry's wards have collapsed, he reported tersely. Magical London stands exposed to Muggle detection for the first time since the Great Concealment of 1692. Outside the bank, chaos reigned. Witches and wizards crowded the streets, their panicked attempts at restoration spells fizzling into uselessness. Above Gringotts' marble edifice hovered a spectral figure, a man whose robe seemed woven from living smoke, his face concealed behind a mask of polished obsidian. Alaric Morrigan, Maeve whispered, recognition and dread mingling in her voice. You, Elder of the Order of Ash, citizens of magical Britain. The figure's voice resonated with unnatural clarity. Witness the culmination of centuries of preparation. Too long has magic been squandered on the unworthy, diluted through mundane bloodlines, wasted on trivialities. The Order of Ash reclaims magic's essence for those who will wield it with purpose and vision. He raised a staff topped with a crystalline orb that pulsed with captive light, the concentrated essence of magic drained from across Britain. Within its swirling depths, Thaddeus glimpsed the distinctive signature of countless wand cores: phoenix feather, dragon heartstring, unicorn hair, their power harvested and imprisoned. The Ashen Wand, Ollivander urged, pressing the mysterious artifact into Thaddeus's palm. It was created not to harvest magic, but to counter those who would, in the right hands, Selwyn hands, it can reverse the flow. Understanding dawned in Thaddeus's mind as he felt the wand's peculiar coldness against his skin. It doesn't consume magic, he realized. It redirects it back to its proper channels, With clarity born of desperate circumstance, Thaddeus stepped forward, raising the ashen wand toward Morrigan's hovering form. The wood warmed suddenly beneath his touch, recognizing its true purpose after centuries of dormancy. "Reflectum essentiae," he commanded, drawing upon wandlore knowledge passed through generations of Selwyns and preserved in Ollivander's ancient texts. A beam of ashen light erupted from the wand's tip, striking Morrigan's orb with unerring precision. For one breathless moment, nothing happened. Then the crystalline prison began to fracture, releasing tendrils of pure, magical essence that flowed outward like celestial rivers seeking their original courses. Morrigan's mask slipped, revealing features contorted with rage and disbelief. Impossible! The last Ash sorcerer died centuries ago, yet his knowledge survived, Ollivander replied, stepping beside his apprentice, preserved by those who understood that magic belongs not to the few, but to the many, and to the world itself. As the orb shattered completely, a cascade of liberated magic washed over Diagon Alley. Wands rekindled with their original potency, enchantments re-established themselves, and the heavy veil of wrongness that had descended upon magical London began to lift. Morrigan and his spectral form dissipated like mist before dawn, though his final words lingered ominously. "This victory is temporary, Selwyn. The Order endures as it has for millennia." Snow fell gently outside the windows of Ollivander's wand shop as Thaddeus carefully mounted the ashen wand within a display case of enchanted glass. 3 months had passed since the confrontation in Diagon Alley. Though magic had returned to its proper channels, the revelation of the Order's existence had fundamentally altered Wizarding Society's understanding of their own history. "Will they return?" he asked, sensing Ollivander's presence behind him. "Without doubt," the wandmaker replied. "Zealotry, like magic itself, never truly vanishes. It merely changes form." Maeve Blackthorn appeared in the doorway, snowflakes melting in her raven hair. Their unlikely alliance had evolved into something approaching friendship, or perhaps something deeper, neither yet dared define. "The Ministry has established a task force to track remaining Order members," she reported. "They've requested our assistance, given our unique perspective on the matter." Thaddeus nodded, his gaze returning to the ashen wand. "The last Ash sorcerer," he mused. "Not a person after all, but knowledge preserved against darkest necessity." "Knowledge and choice," Ollivander corrected gently. For the wand is merely an instrument. It is the hand that wields it, and the heart that guides that hand, which ultimately determines whether magic nourishes or destroys." Outside, London continued its winter dreaming, unaware of how close its magical heart had come to ceasing its beat, or that its salvation lay not in grand gestures of power, but in the understanding that true magic flows not from control, but from connection to the great, mysterious web that binds all living things together in harmony and balance. Story 6. The shadows beneath Nocturne Alley had grown longer in recent years, stretching their tendrils further into Diagon Alley with each passing moon. Whispers traveled through these shadows like dark spells, speaking of young wizards whose magic had begun to fade, not through any natural means, but stolen, extracted like marrow from bone. The culprits, they said, were wands. Beautiful, powerful, perfect forgeries that promised greatness but delivered only ruin. Erebus Nightshade pulled his worn cloak tighter as a chill wind swept through the narrow passage between ancient shops. Once, he had walked these streets in the distinguished robes of an auror, his own wand, 11 inches of blackthorn with a dragon heartstring core, radiating authority. Now, he carried only a hollow replica, a reminder of what he had lost. 5 years had passed since his magic had vanished, evaporating like morning mist, leaving him a shell of the wizard he once was. "You're late, Nightshade," came a gravelly voice from the shadows of Twilfit and Tatting's side entrance. Hyperion Ollivander, youngest brother of the renowned wandmaker Garrick, emerged with his silver beard glinting in the meager lamplight. Though he shared the same unsettling silver eyes as his brother, Hyperion's held none of the wonder, only calculation. 5 minutes is hardly late when one must navigate without apparition, Erebus replied, bitterness lacing his words like poison. "Tell me why the illustrious Ollivanders require the services of a squib." Hyperion's eyes narrowed. "You were never a squib, Nightshade. Your magic was taken, not absent from birth. And that makes all the difference in what I'm about to ask of you." Within the cramped back room of the lesser-known Ollivander workshop, Hyperion laid out a troubling tableau, counterfeit wands flooding the market, masterful forgeries bearing the Ollivander seal, young wizards and witches, primarily recent Hogwarts graduates, purchasing these wands as their first adult instruments, then gradually losing their magical abilities. "Well, the Ministry suspects nothing beyond a peculiar magical malady," Hyperion explained, unfurling a map of London marked with crimson dots. Each dot represents a reported case, each case a ruined life. "And how does this concern me?" Erebus asked, though he already felt a tug of recognition, the pattern of his own affliction mirrored in dozens of fresh victims. "Because, Nightshade, you were the first." Hyperion produced a small wooden box, weathered and scorched along one edge. "This was found in the possession of a street vendor selling counterfeit wands last week. It bears my nephew's signature enchantment." "Lucien?" Erebus breathed the name like an incantation. Lucien Ollivander, Garrick's only son and prodigy, had disappeared from the wizarding world nearly a decade ago after a bitter dispute with his father over wand law innovations deemed too dangerous to pursue. "We need someone who can move through the shadows without leaving a magical trace," Hyperion continued. "Someone who knows the underground, someone with every reason to want these counterfeiters found. Someone expendable," Erebus added coldly. Someone motivated," Hyperion corrected, placing a small glass vial on the table between them. Inside, a silvery substance, neither liquid nor gas, swirled gently. "Your memories from the day your magic disappeared. You brought them to Garrick, begging for answers he couldn't provide." Erebus stared at the vial, his throat suddenly dry. "And now we believe we can provide those answers. Find Lucian and his Extractors Guild. Stop whatever grand working they're planning. Do this, and Garrick has sworn to attempt to restore what was taken from you, if such a thing is possible." The underground magical market known as Umbra Bazaar existed in the negative spaces of London, in forgotten underground stations and abandoned warehouses that appeared on no Muggle map. To those with magic, entrances revealed themselves through subtle signs, a particular graffiti mark, a door that opened only when approached from a precise angle, a wall that became mist when the right words were whispered. For Erebus, finding these entrances had become increasingly difficult over the years. Without magic to guide him, he relied on memory and the few enchanted items he had managed to collect that still responded to him. A compass that pointed toward concentrations of black market magic, a monocle that revealed residual spell traces. 3 nights of investigation led him to a sprawling night market beneath Blackfriars Bridge, where stalls selling everything from prohibited potions to cursed artifacts stretched into darkness. Here, wandmakers who had never touched a legitimate phoenix feather or unicorn hair plied their dangerous trade, selling false promises wrapped in polished wood, quality wands, better than Ollivander's, No ministry trace, called a hunched vendor, his stall decorated with wands displayed on velvet cushions. Erebus approached, feigning interest. Strong cores in these, then. The vendor grinned, revealing teeth filed to points. Strongest available governor. This one here's dragon heartstring from a Hungarian horntail. Guarantee it'll boost your incendio to inferno levels. Erebus lifted the wand, feeling nothing of the familiar rush that once accompanied holding a magical instrument, but the monocle, surreptitiously raised to his eye, revealed something disturbing. The wand contained no magical core at all, but rather a thin chamber, empty and waiting. What's the real merchandise? Erebus asked, lowering his voice and slipping the vendor a galleon. I've heard talk of wands that offer more permanent enhancements. The vendor's demeanor shifted instantly. Don't know what you're talking about, mate. Best move along. But Erebus had seen what he needed, the flash of recognition, the flicker of fear. He was on the right track. After departing, he followed the vendor through winding passages as the market closed for the night, trailing him to an unmarked door in a forgotten corner of the underground. The Extractors Guild headquarters unfolded beneath London like a malignant root system, occupying caverns carved from the clay and chalk. In its central chamber, Erebus, hidden behind enchanted crates of supplies, witnessed the terrible truth of their operation. A young wizard, barely out of Hogwarts, lay semi-conscious on a stone altar. Around him, 5 robed figures worked in practiced coordination, each holding a wand unlike any Erebus had seen, twisted instruments of bone and metal rather than wood. Above the altar hung a crystal vessel filled with swirling golden light. The extraction proceeds well, spoke a tall figure at the head of the altar. His magical core is strong, untainted by dark arts. This will fetch a premium from Lord Blackmore. Erebus recognized the voice immediately. Lucian Ollivander, once heir to the greatest wand-making legacy in Britain, now harvesting magic from the innocent like a butcher extracting organs. How many more do we need for the convergence? Asked another robed figure. 7 more of this quality, Lucian replied, manipulating his bone wand in complex patterns. The ritual requires 107 cores to complete the redistribution. And you're certain the anchors will hold. The last test subject nearly destroyed the eastern chamber when his core destabilized. Lucien laughed, a sound devoid of warmth. The prototype was flawed. My father would have seen that immediately had he not been so blinded by tradition. Our new method ensures the extracted magic remains stable until transferred to its rightful vessel. As they spoke, the golden light in the crystal vessel pulsed brighter, while the young wizard on the altar grew paler, his breathing shallow. This one is done, Lucien announced, sealing the vessel with a flick of his wand. Take him to the recovery chamber with the others. They'll remember nothing but purchasing a fine new wand and feeling suddenly ill. When they wake, they'll believe the Ministry's story of a magical malady. Erebus had seen enough. He retreated silently, his mind racing with the horror of what he'd witnessed. This was no mere counterfeit operation. It was systematic magical theft on an unprecedented scale. And the mention of a convergence suggested something far worse was planned. Back in the cramped office above Hyperion's workshop, Erebus relayed his discoveries to the younger Ollivander brother. Lucian has created a method to extract magical cores from wizards and store them for transfer. He's planning something called a convergence that requires 107 cores. Hyperion's face drained of color. The convergence of Merlin. It's an ancient theoretical ritual, deemed impossible because it would require precisely 107 willing sacrifices of their magic. With it, one could potentially redistribute the magical energy of Britain according to some predetermined criteria. Willing sacrifices, Erebus repeated. These victims aren't willing. No, which makes the ritual unstable and potentially catastrophic. Hyperion pulled a heavy tome from a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards. According to this, a forced convergence could tear the magical fabric of our society apart. Only those specifically warded, likely Lucian and his inner circle, would retain their abilities, while all other magic users could lose their powers permanently. Like I did, Erebus whispered. Yes, you were his first experiment, Nightshade, the prototype. Hyperion's silver eyes met his. And you may be our only hope of stopping him. The next full moon would bring the convergence, when Lucian planned to activate all 107 stolen cores simultaneously, redirecting their power through ancient ley lines beneath London. Erebus, armed with knowledge and a desperate plan, prepared to confront his past and perhaps reclaim his future. He stood now at the edge of the extractor's main chamber, watching as robed figures arranged crystal vessels in an intricate pattern around a central dais where Lucian worked. Each vessel contained the stolen magic of a wizard or witch, pulsing with golden light that should have illuminated their rightful owner's life. The choice before him was stark: attempt to destroy the ritual and potentially lose forever any chance of regaining his own magic, or wait until after the transfer began and try to redirect it. A dangerous gamble that could restore him but doom countless others. As Lucian raised his hands to begin the convergence, Erebus made his choice, one worthy of the aura he once was and hoped to be again. The path of a hero is rarely the path of personal gain, and sometimes the greatest magic lies not in what spells we cast, but in what sacrifices we make for others. And in the shadows beneath London, as crystal vessels shattered and golden light returned to its rightful owners, a different kind of magic was born, one that even the most skilled wandmaker could never craft, bottle or steal.